happy Sunday. Hope you all are doing well. We are at Mahogany's Town. We're going to be beating up Price. Price is a ghost gym. We have Morty after. Morty is fire. We have Chuck. Chuck is ground. We probably won't get to it tonight because I don't know how much there is from now to Jasmine, but Jasmine is electric. We did the puzzle because I wasn't going to make us all sit through a puzzle in order to get there. I think the team will be fine. That being said, even with the grinding, it hasn't exactly gone the way I would have liked before. So we're going to get it going in a second. I'm Meownwell. I stream every Thursday through Sunday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. We're working on Infinite Fusion Remix mode. The enemies are harder. They have better typings, items, etc. The AI isn't necessarily better. It does get better in hard and expert, but without the quality of life of, say, Rad Red and Emerald Imperium, the trade-off is not there. Let's get the stream plugged, and then we'll send it. All right. We mostly have the Pokemon we need for Morty, so there should, in theory, be little downtime between Price and Morty. Then Chuck, it'll likely take a minute. All right, let's send it. So we're looking at Price. He leads with a Shell Armor Ghost Ground type. Willow is going to be an issue. Ninetales, Frostlass, Fire Ghost also has Willow. Mamoswine / Golurk, no guard with a bunch of moves that hurt. Mismagius for Alligator. Levitate, Scope Lens, Chandlepede. We have a Kova King as the last one with Mummy. Mummy will remove our Wonder Guard ability. Wonder Guard Pokemon can only be hit by super effective. The only thing super effective on a normal ghost type is Dark. So we have to worry about Willow, because status, weather, and hazards can still kill a Wonder Guard Pokemon. Once we get rid of Dustera and Ninelass, our Shed slacking only needs to worry about Mummy. We are going to lead our Shed hard switch into a Flash Fire Pokemon. That way, if it goes Willow, we're immune to it. It's a shame Oh yeah, and Dust Terra has shell armor, so it's immune to being crit. And it's very bulky. Dust Terra, well, Dusclops and Torterra are both chonkers. We go into Nineon. Future Sight. Okay. Future Sight will hit in several turns. We are gonna go Stab Surf. I feel like an idiot. I would have been better off going for something else there. It's okay though. It's still a ghost. We can use Crunch here. That burn made the difference. Next time, if we have to do this fight again, we'll run a Rossberry to remove burn. On the upside, we're making Price go through all his full restores. Curse Body disables Crunch. We are going to stay in and Cross Poison. It's still Stab. Or we die to Fire Blast. Okay, we are in against 9 Lass. What do we want to go for? We're going to go Flackhor, Gliscor, Flareon with Flash Fire. Which means we can't be burnt. Lord Hokage, thank you for your daily. I hope you've been doing well. We are currently fighting Price in Infinite Infusion. He is a Ghost Gem. We are going to go with Rock Slide. Of course, it lives on 1. We already got rid of the Sash, so it naturally lived on 1. Thankfully, it doesn't have any more full restore. We burned through both of them. Swine. This is a Golurk Mamoswine with no guard. This is where we switch into our Shedinja Slacking with Wonder Guard. Ailey, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. We are working on Pokemon Infinite Infusion Remix mode. Price is a Ghost Leader. And we're not doing as well as we would have liked. I will get you all shout outs in a moment. Thank you. Much appreciated, my friends. We are gonna stay in and we're gonna Brick Break. We're gonna do it again. We'll do it one more time for good measure. Okay, Dusk Terra. We die if it lands Willow, because Willow is a status move that inflicts burn. We can still be killed by burn. So we are gonna go into Quackers, Gardevoir, Porygon Z. If the burn does land, it doesn't matter because we're a special attacker. In retrospect, I needed a Calm Mind there. Also, Ailey, thank you for the lurk. All right, Ms. Magius for Alligator. That Hydro Pump is going to hurt, so we are going to switch out into Athena. It cannot do anything to us. Chandlepede is Chandelure Solipede with Speed Boost. Ghost Poison. It has nothing that can kill us. We are going to stay in, and we're going to go Earthquake. That doesn't kill. We're going to Spirit Shackle. Lastly is Slacking Kofa Grigus. Mummy will remove our Wonder Guard. So we are going to hit him with an Earthquake. Earthquake does not make contact, which means Mummy won't trigger. And that is price down. It was harder than I would have liked, but we got through it, and that's okay. We are going to save. We're going to get you the shout-outs. We'll heal. Then we're on our way to fight Morty, a fire gym in Ecruteak City. Check out Lord Hokage Sama 8. They were doing a Nuzlocke of a Pokemon game. Friend of the stream. Met them relatively recently. Make sure to check them out. You won't be disappointed. Let's look ahead to Morty. I, for the most part, know what I'm using. It's a Ninetales Gengar with Drought. It's a Blaziken Salamence. It's a Roserade Typhlosion. There's a lot of Flash Fire, nullifies fire moves. There's Water Absorb. Weather will permanently be up. Our Shed Ninja needs to worry about Leech Seed because similar to Status, it bypasses Wonder Guard. It has to worry about Destiny Bond. If I kill a Pokemon that used Destiny Bond, the Pokemon that dealt the killing blow dies. Intimidate, Talonray, Talonflame, Luxray. We want to go Rock. And then Lucanine is another Flash Fire. Arcanine, Lucario. We want to go Special because it has Bulk Up, which is +1 defense, +1 attack. By going Special, it can bulk up till the cows come home, and it won't matter. I don't know what the level cap is yet, but we got another badge. That puts us at 13 of 16 badges. I don't know if there's going to be BS getting to Ecruteak. I'm hoping that for the most part, it's a straight shot. All right, 4-Eye is a Sableye Fortress. We can hit it with Spirit Shackle. Ghost often has Dark, so it's a gamble anytime my Athena is in against a Ghost type. Mammo Puff is a Slurpuff Mamoswine. Very cute. Forgive me for what I have to yabba dabba do. We're also using a different Gardevoir fusion for every gym fight. Okay, Palaldo. That's a Palossand Armaldo. Ground Bug. Let's go Quackers. Quackers is Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club. I forgot we didn't have anything super effective. We'll stay in and we'll Calm Mind. We'll Calm Mind again, then we'll recover. We will Moonblast. We have adaptability. Adaptability Moonblast goes hard. Adaptability, instead of doing an extra 60% damage because of stab, you do an extra 120%. So it's an increase of 0.6. So yeah, I'm hoping it's literally a straight shot at critique and the puzzle isn't stinky. Okay, this is an Electrode Gourgeist. We have nothing super effective, so we are gonna switch into 9-Yon. Fire, water. For some reason, I didn't think it would have an electric move. That's on me. Really, it's fast. I mean, I know Electrode is fast, but Gourgeist is slow. Okay. We're gonna do what we needed to do instead, and we're gonna hit it with a Cross Poison. We're gonna go Cross Poison again. We get full parried. Not what you wanted to see. Let's go Quackers. We're gonna take this turn to recover. Sky Attack is going to hurt. It's basically a flying version of Hyper Beam on the physical side. We play rough. We know what level cap is now. It's 65. $64 is the level cap for the Elite Four, and it's more or less stayed that way. No, 62 is the level cap of Elite Four for a while, and it's only gone up 3 levels for at least the past 5 gyms. We're gonna Spirit Shackle and hope they don't have a dark move. It's also fortunate they didn't have Leech Seed, otherwise we would have died to that as well. Spirit Shackle, it's Stab Ghost. Enemy cannot switch out or run away. Gardevoir, Lantern. We're gonna do Earthquake. And we're gonna do it again. Melodic Luxray. I think Earthquake is neutral. So we are gonna go... We're gonna go Quackers. We're gonna Calm Mind into Recover and hope we don't get hit with Para. It also has Wild Charge. Good to know. We're gonna get another Calm Mind in. We are -4 speed now. Para, if it happens, will pretty much cause us to get full Para, and we don't want that. Beautiful. Gyarados, Drifblim. We can do another Moonblast. We made it to Ecruteak. I don't know what the puzzle's gonna be, but the Mahogany one was rough. you had to get a Pokeball on a hockey rink to a various point in which you could slide it in similar to curling and score. I did it off stream because it took a minute. Let's get the team ready for Morty. Okay, so we already know that we're using Weetar for Morty. We're using Athena for Morty. We're using McKelly Clarkson for Morty. We're using Flackcore for Morty. And instead of Quackers, we're swapping out Quackers. We also have someone else we need to swap out. I have post-it notes to let me know who I wanted to use. We are going to be using a Gardevoir, but it's not going to be a Gardevoir Porygon. We're not using... I don't think we're using Nineon for this. We might be. We do have to worry about grass, though. I think it is neutral, though, because we're fire. I remember I wanted a specific water Pokemon, but I don't remember exactly which one I was going to use for the fusion. I think I may have meant to do it, and I didn't. Echo Neuvern, thank you again for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. We took down Price. He was a Ghost Gym. We're about to take on Morty and Ekritique, and he is a Fire Gym. What are you up to, and how are you doing? We're fusing Porygon with Gengar. We're going for Poison Normal. That way, the only things we're super affected by is a ground move and a psychic move. Porygar. I like this one. I think I go adaptability. I think I go levitate. Let me double check if Morty has any ground. Morty has ground via Blamence. So I do think we don't get greedy and we go for levitate. That way, the only thing we're super affected by is psychic. And we'll probably end up wanting to make it either modest or speed up special attack down, which I think is timid. We don't really need stab normal because with them, so many of them being ghosts, it literally will not hit. We also are planning to use a Lycanroc Mimikyu, Mimrock. We have Disguise to eat a ground move. We have Stab Accelerock, which is a priority rock move with Bulk Up. It's going to be one of our big answers for this gym. We also wanted to fuse Gardevoir with a water type. And I think it was going to be Psychic something. The downside being Psychic does lose to Ghost. So let's do some exploring. we're not going to be able to realistically use the water move. So I think I don't run Nignon in this fight. The flash fire is good, but we still lose to grass and we still lose to electric. So now we need to find a different water type to fuse with Gardevoir. Let me see what a psychic Gardevoir Vaporeon looks like. It only has one sprite, and I don't like it. Okay. Which means I'm probably going to take a water type I already have. That way we don't need to spend an hour grinding out. Oh, Mikkel. Okay, so here's some abominations. We have a slacking Shed Ninja. It's not as cursed as it could be. Also, Mikkel, thank you for stopping by. Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. We have a Macaulay Clarkson, a normal fighting Miltank Kumo with Scrappy, so we can hit Ghost. This was the least cursed Miltank that did what I needed. We have a Nignon, a Ninetales Vaporeon. We just fought and beat Price. Price was a Ghost Gym. Morty is a Fire Gym. Blackcore is a Flareon Gliscor. We need this for the Morty fight. We have a Mimrock, a Lycanroc Mimikyu with Disguise. It's Ghost Rock. Bulk Up with Stab Accelerock is going to do a lot of work. Yes, not Macaulay Clarkson in these streets. Pretty much every single Miltank fusion has udders. The Como one, it does what I need, and it didn't have udders. And then Porygon Z, Gengar. We have made a rule where we're using one Gardevoir fusion for every single gym. And so far we've had Fairy Steel, Fairy Fire, Fairy Water, Fairy Normal. The one we're gonna be making is a Psychic Water. We'll look at a few of the other sprites that we have. Also, let me get you your shout out. Yeah, I like the Porygon. Some sprites have like 6 or 7. Sadly, some of them only have 1. Check out It's Mikkel167. Great guy, friend of the stream, currently in his Pokemon Champions arc, has been hosting tournaments of Pokemon Champions, more or less, every week. Father Cream, head of the Crematorium, Sock Father, head of the Milkers Union, loves telling stories, loves sweaters, loves tea, does long streams in the afternoon. Make sure to check him out. We've been rocking a Weetar for quite a while. Poison Dark, Wheezing T-Tar with Levitate and Black Sludge. Outside of a Mold Breaker ground type, it has no weaknesses. We needed a Execute Whimsicott for an earlier fight because we needed a Prankster for no Stealth Rocks, then Life Orb Energy Ball for a kill. Some other ones that we've been using, we have a Chili, Glaceon Azumarill, This was for a gym that had a lot of fire, and we needed stab ice for ground Pokemon. We have the Buff Baby 90, great guy, friend of the stream, loves Bidoof, specifically Bidoof, Shed Ninja with Everstone, so it never evolves. We have a Weave Chomp, a Weavile Garchomp. We needed Dark for an earlier fight. This was prior a Sneasel Gabite, which was Ice Dragon. We also have a Magnagon, a Steel Dragon with Levitate. We ended up using this for Claire. The only thing it was weak to is fighting. We use this in E4. Azumaxorus, a huge power, Azumarill Haxorus. Ice Punch, Earthquake, either Aqua Tail / Play Rough, and Dragon Claw. Initially, I was running Dragon Dance, but we had almost 400 attack after huge power. I don't think we needed it. We haven't used her in a while, but Ramgam is a Magmortar Luxray. She made Misty really free, and we'll probably use her again at some point. Chuck is ground, Jasmine is electric, so I don't know when I'm going to be able to use her. Another one that we've gotten value out of was 9 Colo, Fire Grass with Flash Fire. We didn't get as much value from it compared to Ludicolo Gyarados, but we're neutral to water, and we were immune to Willow and other fire moves, which was really useful. Speaking of, this is the Gary, a Swift Swim, Gyarados, Ludicolo. We were running this, but instead of Ice Fang, we had Spore, because we needed to fake out the Break a Sash, Spore, and then kill. We also had a Weavish, a Dazzling Weavile Bruxish. One of the bosses we had to fight had a Belly Drum Pokemon with a bunch of priority, and by blocking the priority, it couldn't meaningfully hurt us. We are prepping for Morty. What we want to do is we need a water type that is specially minded to fuse with Gardevoir, and it's not going to be Vaporeon. So we're going to take a quick look through the box again. If we don't have a good one, I'll look for a water type that's specially minded, and then we'll use that. Let me see if Lapras and Gardevoir make a good ice water psychic. I'm trying to avoid overlap typings for the Gardevoir fusions that I've already done. So no, we need water psychic, not psychic ice, not water fairy. We'll be back in 3 minutes, my friends. Ad break. See you all soon. All right, meow. We are back. We're trying to catch a Phoebus. We're gonna make it be a melodic, and then we're gonna fuse it with Gardevoir. It'll be water psychic, specially bulky. That'll help with the few grass moves. We're not gonna be using stab water because it's fire, but we're gonna have stab psychic and several other stabs. Ideally, we don't need to risk using her, but I have a rule where we're using one Gardevoir fusion for every single fight, so it seems reasonable to do so. Also, welcome back from ads, friends. Ads, keep pre-rolls off. It doesn't matter what the Phoebus sprite's gonna be, because there's only so many melodic Gardevoir sprites. We're gonna fly back to Ecritique, fuse the two, Marvel scale if I have it. Actually, I gotta think about this. Let me see where I can get the Marvel scale, because I think that's what we need. Prism scale, okay. Let me load this up real quick. I'm hoping I already have one. Oh, that's... Okay, we have to do this a different way. Because if Gardevoir is at level cap, I won't be able to rare candy it to make the Phoebus Gardevoir evolve. If Guardy isn't at level cap, then we can chuck a rare candy on her and it'll be fine. So let's suss that out. I think level cap is 65. Yes, so Gardevoir will be able to gain one level via rare candy. Once fused, that will get Phoebus melodic for us. All right. Psychic water, rare candy, will have a at level cap melodic Gardevoir. That is a very disappointing fish. Kind of reminds me of a character from a band in, like, I don't know, the 80s maybe? None of this matters, but we will take Modest because we're a special attacker. All right. I think I have one rare candy still. If I don't, we'll do some training and we'll get the level cap. I do not. Okay. Let's put away Nignon for now. Let's grab our Talonflame. Talonflame is our taxi. We go to Victory Road, and we're going to get one level on Gardebass, so we can have our Milo. We're putting the ones we need for the Morty fight mostly in box 5. Also, let me get Ailey the shout out. Most of the time he's playing a pseudo MMO called Children of the Sky. It involves flying, gliding, collecting hats and various outfits. It's definitely not a game that when I think of like an MMO I think of, but he seems to enjoy it, and he's cousins with friends the 42nd and HQ, who have adorable cats, Kirk, Spock, Schrodinger, and McCoy Coy. So check him out. Lucky egg to make it take less time to get the last level we need. We've also been changing our outfit for each boss fight, but we ran into a bug earlier where no matter what, my character always has a white hat on, even tried removing it, tried replacing it, etc., and nothing changes. So you're always going to see it to some degree, but the whole point was being more fashionable for our boss fights. This is a Mantine Lapras. It has nothing that can hit me. This is a Rhyhorn Galvantula. It has nothing that can hit me. If the enemy doesn't have a status move, weather, or dark, it cannot hit a normal ghost with Wonder Guard. And Earthquake is great because it doesn't make contact. So I don't have to worry about Rocky Helmet, Rough Skin, Mummy, etc. This is a Gudra Hydreigon. Quad effective play rough. It goes down. Provided Morty doesn't have an overly difficult puzzle, we may end up getting into Jasmine tonight. I think when I did Infinite Infusion in the past, because I've played it 3 times, I think I've only done post-game once. Whenever I've done my monotypes, they always ended at Elite 4, because that's when it's over. All right, here we go. Gardetic. Let's figure out what sprite we want to go with. I think I want to stay with one that resembles Gardevoir. I think I like the blue because I never really liked that shade of green on Gardevoir, and the blue I think will make it identifiably a melodic fusion. We do have to worry about dark, electric, ghost, and grass. We're not going to use a water move because they have permanent sun from drought. So instead we'll be using psychic and 3 other moves. Let's grab our taxi and see what we can learn. Then we'll be ready for Sirs Mortimer. There is an NPC on Knot Island. Some fused Pokemon will have exclusive moves. So for example, Shed Ninja Anything has Spirit Shackle, 80 base power ghost move. Target cannot switch out or run away. I think it's the signature move of Decidueye. We don't need Psychic Terrain. It's not that it's bad, but losing a turn to set up terrain is stinky. The only way I'd consider it is if almost everyone on Morty's team had priority. Let's take a look. I think the only priority attack is E-Speed from Lucanine. Yeah, it is. So it's not worth it. In theory, we could go Rain Dance, but then it does eat into one of my move slots. So I think we go Calm Mind. I think we go not Moonblast, because fire resists fairy. I'm gonna grab Recover. That will help make setup a bit easier. Stab Psychic, that's a given. We need something for the one dark Pokemon they have, and we don't want Gardetic to ever be out against the one ghost Morty has. Thunderbolt isn't a terrible idea because they do have some flying. The problem is grass resists electric. Signal Beam isn't bad, but it would be neutral against Fire Dark. We're gonna visit the NPC at the end of Indigo Plateau. There's a tutor. Maybe there's something spicy he can teach us. In theory, we could also fuse Gardevoir with a Lucario to get Aura Sphere. I wish Mudshot was Earth Power. Grass types cannot be slept. We already have Aura Sphere. Awesome. So we will 100% go that. Okay. Let's heal. Let's fly back to Ecruteak, and let's make our way through Sir Mortimer's gym. I think Chuck is on an island. And Chuck in this is a ground gym. Okay, so we want Mimic Rock. We want McKelly Clarkson. We want Flacor. We want Porygar. And I think that's everyone. It is. Okay, so let's look at Morty. And let me see what the puzzle's gonna be. Because you know there's gonna be a puzzle. Okay. Red and white blue skulls. No, red and white skulls. Blue skulls. I'm not sure what the colors mean. I think we'll find out as we go through it. Let's double check the team. We want Amulet Coin because we're going to have to fight a bunch of trainers and we need money. Chat, I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been having a great Sunday so far. We celebrated my Nana's 76th birthday, had some food, made some drinks. It was a beautiful day out. That's fine. We don't need Play Rough. We were using Play Rough earlier. I have to think about what I want there instead. I'll remember by the time we get to Morty. Flakor. Technically, we could get a better nature, but this is fine. Gardetic. Marvel scale is not a bad idea. I think if I have Flame Orb, we'll do that. I don't know if I have a Flame Orb. I could, in theory, Black Sludge for poison. It would technically achieve the same thing. You know what? We'll do that when we get up to the boss, provided I actually have another one. If I only have one, I'll take it off of our T-Tar Wheezing. Yeah, let's do that now. We'll get a huge defense bonus, which is always nice. McKelly Clarkson, leftovers to make Dragon Dance easier to set up. Scrappy, so we can hit ghost types. And then Porygar. Porygar needs moves. This is not a great nature, but I think we'll be fine. What did we want? We don't need normal because there's still some ghosts. We want Shadow Ball. We want Dark Pulse. We want probably Sludge Bomb or Sludge Wave, whichever one we can learn. I know Gengar can learn one, but not the other. Whoops, we overrode Dark Pulse. We can probably get that back. And then we need one more move. Ice Beam wouldn't help us. We're too frail, I think, to get away with pulling on an FD plot, and we don't have Focus Sash. If we had Aura Sphere, that would be ideal, but I don't feel like fusing them with Lucario again, so oh, I know what I wanted. I wanted Power Gem. That's why I fused a Gengar with, what's it called? With a Mismagius. Aura Sphere could work too, but I'd much rather have Power Gem. So I don't have Power Gem. I don't know why I don't have it, despite fusing Mismagius, who can learn it. So knowing that, we're gonna go with Aura Sphere and just suck it up. I'm not happy about that, but we will have to be fine with it. Earth Power wouldn't be bad. And technically, Earth Power would be better. The downside is they have at least one flyer, and as such, it'll miss. Yeah, I think we go Earth Power instead. And we'll have to be cognizant that as long as their flyer's out, there will be a real chance that it will just switch, and I won't hit. Okay, and we'll take that over Nightmare. All right, Mortimer, let's go. After we beat Morty, we'll look at some palace cats. Wild cats that live in Asia. They're threatened. The body is round. They put their paws on their tail to keep warm. Oh, no. All right, burned tower, apparently. Okay, I have to figure out where the burnt tower is. This is probably burnt tower. I don't remember this area, and that's okay. Hopefully it's not hard to navigate. Let me look up if there's a puzzle, because I am not smart. Okay, so there isn't exactly a guide for it, but now I have a picture of where I need to be to reach Morty. I'm also gonna leave and grab a bunch of repel. Let's do that so I'm not getting constantly interrupted by spooky, scary skeletons. Super repel are more effective in terms of money. There we go. Presumably, it would be bad if I'm caught by the Gengar. I might have to put this on not the second turbo, the first one. Yes. So if you get hit by them, you get kicked back to the first floor. All right. Good to know. We had to deal with that kind of in Sprout Tower to get the Golbat boots, and I'm never going to do that again. It was a lot of repeatedly saving to make sure I could get past certain parts. If I knew I would have needed to do Burnt Tower, I would feel less bad about this. Okay. So yeah, we have to go through that way. I might have to do what I did last time. Save every single time I get past it, and then just hope that gets us through it. Oh no, that was So yeah, we need to be on the lowest speed possible then. Okay. All right, we're going to keep repelling, and we're going to keep saving. We save again. We need to get all the way to the right, to the left of where it says badge 13. That's not right. We almost had it. Okay. Whoops. This is gonna take a minute. I do apologize. If I could change one thing, I would ban puzzles from various games. Or I would also add quality of life. That way they're more fun to play. So it's definitely not that way either. All right. We're really good at figuring out what not to do. I'm going to double check the reference point. Okay, so I jumped the wrong way, aka krill issue. We did it. All right. Now we're going to give Mortimer to the business once we figure out his puzzle. Okay, so what's the deal? Bad Wolf, thank you for your daily. I hope you're doing well. We'll take a short Palace Cat break as we struggled through one puzzle, and now we have to struggle through another puzzle. My day has been good. We celebrated my Nana's 76th birthday, had some food and some drinks, and now we're struggling through a literal children's video game. How has your Sunday been? Here's another wild Palace Cat. I don't know the agency that took it, but it was shared on the Palace Cat Discord. Doing a mlem, looking very floofy and chonky, big old yellow eyes, doing their best to stay warm despite it being cold as balls. Once again, it gets up to minus 70 degrees Celsius in the winter. Working and cleaning, I hate that for you, but being productive is important. I had a work-related nightmare. I routinely have work and trauma-related nightmares 3 to 4 times a week, and I had one last night. I hate it, but thankfully, when I woke up, it's like, oh, I only needed to be up in 30 minutes, so that's fine. And yes, just in time indeed. Let's look at a few more palace cats in the wild. Here's another one. Slowly and tentatively on the move. The head is very small relative to the rest of the body. Big fan. 10 out of 10. I've looked into photography tours. If I wanted to do one before any other cost, it's $10,000 US. So that's not happening anytime soon. Here's another one. The body is flat, like a pancake. Good thing the eyes are high set, so it takes longer for the vision to be obscured. No, yeah, it absolutely makes sense. Winter, Mongolia, the middle of nowhere. I get it, but that's still insane. Yeah, very adorable. And then the last one from this series is this one. On the move, doing a big steppy. Did you get all the evolutions in Pocopia, Bad Wolf? I remember you talking about wanting to do them. And yes, doing a big strut, it almost looks like the palace cat is smiling. And that makes me happy to see. So while we figure out how to reach Morty, we're going to do a quick gander of the team. Understood. Which 3 did you get? All right, so you already know about Athena. Mimic Rock is a Lichen Rock Dayform Mimikyu with disguise. The idea is on the turn our disguise is intact, we bulk up. We bulk up again, and then we play rough, Accelerock or Shadow Claw. We do need to remove play rough. I'm not sure what I'm gonna put there. We have a Flackhor, a Flareon Gliscor with Flash Fire. We don't have a lot of Citrus Berry, so we're using a Leftovers to help offset the recoil damage from Brave Bird. Okay. I normally don't consider Eevee an evolution. Are you going to keep Eevee as Eevee? Or are you going to turn Eevee into one of the evolutions that you don't have? Also, who is your favorite evolution? Mine, realistically, is Jolteon. But I think Umbreon is adorable. This is Porygon. Porygon Z Gengar. We were looking at her last night. Normal Ghost with Levitate is only hit by super effective Psychic. McKelly Clarkson. This is a Como-O Miltank with Scrappy, so we can hit Ghost. Oh, okay. I did not know that. And Zen Headbutt, while it isn't great against Ghost, it can flinch. So we D-Dance and or Body Slam, then we Zen Headbutt or Brick Break. Yes, Mikkel is here. I believe he's lurking. He had a reaction to McKelly Clarkson. She took a minute to get because I kept getting thick fat. Dorian, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad to hear that the birthday weekend went well for you and the GF and that you enjoyed the Cat Cafe. Thank you for your daily bean check-in. We're looking over the fusions that we have for the Morty fight. Morty is a fire gem. I will get you a shout out in a second, Dorian. So, once again, McKelly Clarkson, Miltank, Como, Flacor, Flareon, Gliscor, Porygon Z, Gengar. The nature could be better, but I don't care enough. Lycanroc, Mimikyu. I'm a big fan of the Lycanroc Mimikyu. I think the adorable ones of the 6 are Mimikroc and the Flareon Gliscor. This is our newest addition, Gardetic, Gardevoir, Melodic. We are Water Psychic. We're using a Gardevoir fusion for every single fight. And right when we get to Morty, we'll give him Black Sludge for Marble Scale. And then Athena, Wonder Guard, Normal Dark. No, Normal Ghost. Also, Dorian, let me give you that shout out. Check out Dorian Romskeller. Great guy, friend of the stream. Was streaming Arc Raiders earlier. Loves extraction shooters, be it Arc Raiders, Marathon, Gray Zone Warfare. Friend of Detroit, whom I met him through. Make sure to check him out. No problem, my friend. So I'm not overly familiar with Morty's gym. Presumably, the colors matter. We are about to find out. Oh yeah, bonus Palace Cat. This was taken from a photography tour. I don't know the firm's name, but they're doing a big step. They put the paws on the tail to stay warm. Palace Cats have been around for over 10 million years. They are related to the saber-toothed tiger Smilodon, which went on to inspire Chien Pao, a mythical Pokemon. So let's figure out Morty's gym. Chuck is ground. Jasmine is electric. We got some fights. It's likely that they're gonna have dark, which means my shed is gonna struggle. Yeah, that almost certainly has a dark move. Let's switch out into... Let's switch into McKelly Clarkson. Okay, we're gonna go for a D-Dance. Ideally, we're not gonna hit ourselves in confusion. That's fine. Nice. Okay, a Drifblim Charizard. We are gonna go stab Body Slam. That's a problem. We are gonna switch out into Flacor. We have Flash Fire. We are going to go quad effective Rock Slide. Gorlosion. That's a Typhlosion Gorgeist. We are going to knock off into Rock Slide. Okay, it went Phantom Force. We're gonna go into Porygar. And we're gonna Shadow Ball. And we're gonna go Athena. I'm hoping they don't have a dark move. Haha. Let's go Spirit Shackle. Okay, Martha down. We do not heal in battle, so we need to heal off that burn. All right. Let me pull up the layout. That way I know which way I need to go. All right, let's take a gander. This puzzle is different than what it's telling me for Infinite Infusion, so that actually doesn't help me at all. All right. If we can get up and to the left, then we have a nice long straight line. Huh. That's not the answer. Okay. Got another fight. This is a Quilava Parasect. This sounds like a Flacor. Rollout is not great, but this is a super effective Rock Slide. Actually, no. Let's go stab Brave Bird. That still doesn't kill. I'm not happy about that. Okay, let's go with Athena, because it's locked into rollout. Klefki, not Klefki, Clefairy Magmortar. Nice. Chandelure Komodo. That actually looks really sick. I love the way the claws are stretched out menacingly. Minior Torkoal. Fun fact, we were talking about turtles being on their shell backwards, and that's what looks like happened to this little guy. We're gonna hit it with a quad effective Earthquake. We're gonna save. Let's revive and heal our flat core. All right. I think we're getting close to there. No. No, that's a dead end as well. If I'm not going the right way, we're gonna end up just getting extra money from trainers. So this is a Torkoal Swampert. This looks like it's still weak to ground. Rapidash. I don't know which dragon this is. I would probably think it's Dragonite Rapidash, because I can't think of any other dragons that start with Drago. Farcario, that's Lucario. No. Oricorio. Farfetch'd. Alright, that's this. May as well fight him too. It's so... Oh, it's probably a headless horseman. Okay. We're gonna go stab Spirit Shackle. It probably kills. It does not. That's because on expert mode, boss fights have EVs and IVs, whereas we technically have them, but they're fucked compared to what the enemy has. Oh, right. Mamoswine. Mag Cargo. Nothing like a quad effective Brick Break. Venusaur Torkoal. Nothing like a quad effective Earthquake. Some of the fusions have a very low res head. I've seen it quite a few times on Ninetales. This is another one of those. Nice. We don't hurt ourselves in confusion. Oh, okay. All right, we made it to Morty. So we want to double check his team. Okay, Morty is leading off with a Drought, Focus Sash, Gengar, Ninetales. We're gonna stay in because he can't hurt us. We're not faster, so we'll take him to Sash and then switch out because Destiny Bond is poopy. We want to watch out for Leech Seed because we die to Leech Seed. We want to watch out for Spiky Shield unless we use Earthquake, which we can't because Air Balloon. And that's basically the only things that can kill Shed. We want to get rid of... No. We want to add Black Sludge so we get Marvel Scale value. And then we wanted to remove Play Rough from Lycanroc for a different move, since Fire resists Fairy. You know what? I'll keep it for now because there's nothing else I technically need. All right. So we are going to save. We're going to double check the team again. We're going to give Mortimer the business. I'm glad I checked. That would have been awkward. Okay. All right, Mortimer. Boston makes me feel good. All right. Ninetales Gengar with Levitate and Focus Sash. No, not Levitate. Drought. Okay. We are immune. I think the AI is smart enough to go for Destiny Bond here. Interesting. It went for Fire Blast. This is priority. It'll kill. All right. Magmortoon has Water Absorb. Our disguise is broken. It also has an Air Balloon. It doesn't have anything super effective. We need to pop the Air Balloon with Accelerock. Ah, we'll do it again. Air Balloon gone. We're gonna... That's right, I don't have Earthquake. We are gonna go back into Athena. We Earthquake. It will bypass Spiky Shield because it doesn't make contact. Talon Ray is Fire Electric with Intimidate. It can't hurt us. And this is a quad effective Earthquake. So enjoy that. Because Intimidate, it doesn't kill. Blamence is a Blaziken Salamence with Speed Boost. We are gonna switch into someone else. The problem is the Pokemon I wanted to use for this is almost dead. So we're gonna go into Flacor. Beautiful. We go quad effective Rock Slide. It misses with HJK and it dies. Once again, if a move isn't 100% accurate, it's 50. Lucanine has Bulk Up. Lucanine also has an Air Balloon. I wish I had a U-turn right now. We're gonna swap into Porygar. That's a neutral Aura Sphere. We are gonna go stab Sludge Bomb, or we're dead. That is unfortunate. We are gonna go Gardetic then. We go Calm Mind into Aura Sphere. No, we go Calm Mind into Recover into Aura Sphere. Wait, what am I missing? Oh, right, the black sludge. So, it worked the way I needed it to, but that was a misplay. So, we were going to go back into Flacor. In retrospect, I needed to go Brave Bird instead. Rose Flosion. We are going to go Swords Dance into Brave Bird. So it wasn't as smooth as I would have liked, but that is Morty down. There's a glitch with our hat. No matter what, it always keeps the white hat on. But what we can do is we can at least change our top. We didn't even need McKelly Clarkson, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, sadly, no matter what I do, I mean, I guess I could do that. It's technically different. The mask mostly obscures the hat. There we go. So now we are off to Chuck. Let's save. And we have 2 more badges left to get. We are making good time. All right, let's figure out how we're getting to Chuck. Chuck is on Boone Island. Cyanwood, Olivine, Goldenrod, Chrono, Water Labyrinth, Gorgeous, Ken, Barry Bond, Sunken Ship, Boone Island. Okay. So theoretically, to the right amount Ember, we can do it. Let's see if that ends up being the case. We have ads in just under a minute. You're not going to be missing anything. When we come back from ads, we'll be looking at Palace Cats again, and then we'll be getting ready for Chuckles. He is a ground gym. After him, we have Jasmine, who is an electric gym. happy Sunday. Whether you're a VOD friend, a lurker, or an active chatter, you're all valid and appreciated. Happy Sunday. Thank you for hanging out. I will see you all soon, friends. All right, Meow, we are back from ads. This is a Chinese palace cat with her 3 kittens. It's very Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V. This was before AI got big, so people see it and they're like, oh, that's AI. But it's not. They're very adorable, and I'm a big fan. I'm gonna grab some water real quick while we leave these kitty cat meow meows on screen. Panda Jeff, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. Let me give you a shout out as well before I go grab some water. We just beat Morty, Infinite Fusion Remix mode. He's a fire gym. We are working on reaching Boone Island for Chuck. Chuck is a ground gym. After Chuck, we have Jasmine, and she is an electric gym. Check out Panda Jeff. Great guy, friend of the stream, very kind and generous. Loves doing casual 11, 12-hour streams. Loves to do shiny hunting, raids, Pokemon Champions. I know him through It's Mikkel167, another excellent individual. Make sure to check them both out. I'll leave up another picture of Palace Cats while I do a quick breb. Here's some wild Palace Cats in Mongolia. It looks like they're in the Shire, and I love that for them. All right, Meow, we are back. Palace Cats in the wild are full of personality. They only have a 6.5-year average lifespan in captivity. No, in the wild. In captivity, they have a 12.5-year lifespan. And yes, it does very much look like that quote-unquote iconic Windows background with the rolling fields. Let's look at some more Palace Cats real quick, and then we'll get back to Pokemon. This is Grusha. Let's see if I can find one in his new enclosure. It doesn't... No. Wait, maybe. No, it doesn't look like I have one of Grusha in his new enclosure, but here I have him resting on a burlap blanket, and he's doing a blep. Grusha is part of the Flower 5. His siblings turn 9 this year. Grusha means pear in Russian to honor his heritage, as his father is Lev, which is short for Lavushka, which is lion in Russian. His siblings are Iris, Lotus, Alva, and Primula. No problem, Panda Jeff. Primula is the only one of the bunch to have had any children. She has 2 5-year-olds, Nar and Minya, 3 2-year-olds, Abracos, Saffron, and Figa. Primula Also, being from Lev and Shaw, that would explain why their names are what they are. It translates to fig, apricot, and saffron. Grusha loves chicken. They will alternate large and small prey items to simulate success for hunting in the wild. Let me see if I can find one of Grusha with his chicken. His greed is biblical, and it sickens me. In the wild, prey items are rodents, such as voles. We also like the joke that the zoo he was born at was Saitama Children's Zoo. The joke is he had to leave Saitama's Children's Zoo and move to Hokkaido because he ate all the children. In fact, if you were to ask Grusha, he'll even tell you about it. That's probably not what the subtitle says, but it's funnier if that's what it says. He lives in Hokkaido, the most northern region of Japan. And he has a new enclosure that has a tunnel that connects him to the old one. Also, here's another one of Grusha with the chicken. I'd like to think he overexerted himself getting the chicken and he's lost his grip. But they're floofy and they'll likely land perfectly fine. Either way, I think it's hilarious. HQ, how are you, your sister, and the cats doing? Here is my most recent picture of the Flower 5. In no particular order: Lotus, Iris, Oliva, Grusha, and Primula. I think it's Primula in the middle, Grusha on the left, Oliva down here, probably Lotus, and then Iris. I'm sorry to hear you had a rough day, HQ. I will continue to keep you and your family in my prayers. I don't know what nibblings are. Presumably it's a portmanteau of nephew and siblings. If so, I'm glad to hear that it was good for you, my friend. Understood. I will add that to my repertoire. Here's a picture of them when they were all still at Saitama Children's Zoo. And they're probably only 3 to 4 months old at most at this point. All right, we are going to make our way to Boone Bridge. And by Boone Bridge, I mean Boone Island. Ideally, Chuck won't have a ridiculous puzzle. Puzzles are stinky, My brain is very smooth. And yes, they are incredibly floofy. One more picture I'll look at to show their absolute floof will be a picture of Mimi. Mimi is a female palace cat. She lives at the Korkesaari Zoo in Helsinki, Finland. This is not edited. In the winter, they can reach 7 kilograms, and it's due to extra body mass and an incredibly dense coat of fur. Yes, W dumpers, very thick. Indeed, incredibly rotund. And I would be remiss if I didn't show off her husband, Arcas. Arcas on a stump that's high up. Despite not being arboreal, they are cats. And this stump is probably 20 or 30 feet up in the air. And Arcas is also why his daughter Princessa looks sad. Presumably it's a phenotype that was inherited, passed down from Arcas's family line. Yep, very much like a cat. If they fit, they sit. I think I can get Scald here. That's probably Scald to the right of my character. Nice. A giant Pokemon that lives underground? Probably talking about Groudon. Nothing else makes sense there. Good to know. Okay. I think this will be fine to get to Boone Island. Once we get to Boone Island, we will start working on what we need to beat Chuck. Let's take a quick look at what Chuck has. Okay, so Chuck leads with a Ground Dragon Palisand Gudra. He doesn't have Sand up by default, so we don't have to really worry about Shore Up being huge. We're probably gonna Ice Beam. It's quad effective, and that will kill. Rhyperior Mantine with Water Absorb. It does have a Yachi Berry, so we'll have to hit it with an Ice move twice. Magcargo Nidoqueen, Fire Ground with a Focus Sash. Shell Smash is a problem. Execuking, also Sheer Force. Executor Nidoking with Power Herb and Solar Beam. High Trio, Hydreigon Dugtrio. They don't have any way to set up weather, so Sand Veil is not a big deal. Galurath, Ground Fighting, Iron Fist with a Rindo Berry. So it looks like grass, ice, and no water is how we're going to be getting past Chuckles. Do they have any dark? Do they have any fairy? No. So this whole gym, Shed Ninja, whether it be normal ghost or normal dark fairy, can literally solo this whole gym. Knowing that, it puts less pressure on what we need to bring, because I did say we would be bringing a Gardevoir fusion to every single gym. Let's think about what kind of Gardevoir we want to bring. We could do Ice Fairy. Do they have any steel? No. But they do have fire and rock, which is still gonna be super effective. So let's start looking at Gardevoir fusions and see how we're gonna play this. We could also have it be Psychic Ice. We still have to worry about Rock Slide. And we still have to worry about Flamethrower. But I think I know what I'm going to do. So let's do Gardevoir. Let's look at Thick Fat if we can get it. And we want it to be Ice Psychic. Okay. So in theory... No, we can't get it. Okay. So if we were Water Fairy, we could get Thick Fat. We're not duplicating typings that we've had for Gardevoir. So my heart was in the right place, but we can't get what I want. So let's continue thinking about how we're going to do this. Let's try Grass Psychic with Thick Fat. No, we cannot get it. Okay. So instead, we've already done Dark Fairy. What about Dark Psychic? Do they have any bug moves? Okay, Dark Psychic, that's our answer. They have no bug moves. The reason why that matters is it would be quad effective, and then we just fucking die. All right, so Dark and Psychic. We can't be Dark Fairy because we already were. Let's find one we like. So, Gardevoir Zoroark is an option. Let's see what else. How easy is it to get a Froakie? Is the real question. We're going to look this up. Okay, I can get a Froakie on either Knot Island or Kindle Road. Tina, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the hydrate. I hope you're doing well. I will get you a shout out momentarily. We are working on getting a Froakie because we're going to be using a Dark Psychic Greninja Gardevoir fusion as part of our lineup for Chuck in Infinite Fusion Remix, who is a ground gym. Check out Tina Weena, Variety Gaming, Friend Slop, all sorts of fun stuff. Friend of the stream has given me a place to spam Palace Cats, and make sure to check her out. Streams in the afternoon and or evenings. Thank you for the hydrate. I will take that right now. It's important to stay hydrated. Nobody wants to die of thirst. Okay, let's figure out how we're getting Froakie. It's water, so I think it's probably either going to be surf or fish. All right, let's see. Okay, so on Knot Island, Froakie is a 1% chance with Super Rod. That is not happening. What about Kindle Road instead? Oh wow, fuck me. It might be literally 1% everywhere. If that's the case, we are not using it. Yep, we're not getting Froakie. It's a 1% chance with any of the rods. I don't think I want a 1% chance with fishing, because fishing is very annoying. What about Viridian River? It's there as a static, allegedly. Let's explore that. Okay, Viridian River is connected to the hidden forest. They are also very low. So sadly, it's not Greninja. So let's find a different one that does what we want. What about Gardevoir Umbreon? That's also not bad. I don't really like either sprite though, so we're probably not gonna go with that one. Okay, what about Cacturn? No, we're gonna go with Zoroark. We already have a Zoroark, so we're not really going out of our way to get the fusion. I need to put Super Repel back on. We love a nugget, though I'm partial to tenders over nuggets because I like it being actual meat and not a meat paste that takes the shape of a nugget. Okay, we need to go north at some point. We made it. Interesting. Maybe the market has some good shit. A lucky egg for 25 heart scales? That seems like garbage. Let's check the other houses as well while we're here. When you beat Chuck, he gives you a ticket to Naval Island. If it's what I remember, Naval Island is, I want to say Hello and Lugia, but I might be making that backwards and it might be Deoxys. Fleur Clanin, it's basically Overheat, but fairy. That's neat, but I don't want it that much because it can miss. And it looks like that's Chuck. I might be able to fight him without having to do a puzzle. I'm gonna test that theory right now. Okay. So it looks like we can. Let's start doing some fusion. Okay, so we need to go. Let's keep our taxi. We'll keep Athena. We don't need Mimic Rock. We don't need Rapris. We don't need McKelly Clarkson. And we also need to unfuse Gardetic. Chat, how has your Sunday been? Have you been having a good day? Has it been restful? If you're still working, I hope that it goes by smoothly and you're able to get some W sleep for the Meow Day up ahead. We'll want to grab leftovers back. And we're going to want to unfuse her. Okay. We unfuse. Let's see what else. We'll infuse them as well. I can always buy more splicers, so it's not a huge thing. I need to find my Zoroark. There they are. All right. Okay, Psychic Dark. It's gonna be lit. There's no bug. We still lose the fairy, but there's no bug for us to worry about. This one looks the most distinct while still maintaining the Gardevoir identity. So that's what we're gonna go with. We are going to keep Illusion, and we're going to run Modest. I'll keep Moonblast and Nasty Plot. Then it will probably be Dark Pulse and Psychic, or whatever else we need for coverage. Let's also see if our new Guardy Fusion gets a special move. It's still Fleur Cannon. Probably because of the Gardevoir. Okay. Let's take a look. What else did we want? We want Ice. We want Ice with either Flash Fire or Thick Fat. I don't think we're going to be able to get Flash Fire because the only Flash Fire Pokemon are Fire types. And Fire Ice is quad weak to Rock. So I think we probably have to go ice with thick fat. How much fighting do they have? They have one fighting move. So I think what's the play here? Normal ice with thick fat. We're immune to ghost. We only take 2 times from, I believe, steel and rock and fighting. So let's explore that. I think I already know what it's going to be. It's likely going to be Porygon and Glaceon. But if we need thick fat, then actually it might not be able to be Glaceon. So let's explore that as well. All right. Ice. Normal. Okay. So there are options. Good. Okay, Porygon Z. It looks like it would have to be Dugong, Porygon Z. Problem is, only the water normal version gets thick fat. So it automatically cannot be Porygon Z because Baba Booey. We'll have to use a different normal type, a physical normal type. That way it has synergy with the other ones. So let's look at it in a different way. Okay. I don't want to devolve my slacking. So let's see what other normal types we already have that are physically minded. Let's try Miltank. It's the udders. It's probably not going to be able to be Miltank. Let's look at Lopunny instead then. I mean, that's probably going to be cursed for a different reason, but you know. Okay. Mamoswine Lopunny. Not the version we want. Okay. What about... No. That won't work either. Okay. What about... Dugong Snore... No, not Dugong. No. We keep getting normal water as the one that ends up getting thick fat. We might have to forego it being thick fat. There's also a world where we go filter instead, which reduces the effectiveness of super effective. Let's try that. No. Okay. What about... No, that's not going to be it either. I mean, I guess it could be water. We could make it be water, but that doesn't really help because then we don't have the stab ice, which is what we really want. its BST is not very good. I mean, I could always fuse it with someone else and then give it Ice Beam, so maybe that's the play. What about Snorlax Golduck? Okay, we could have Thick Fat on that. We do have a halfway decent BST, but we end up being too slow. Okay, we'll put a pin in that one. Ground fighting. Flying has to worry about Ice Punch. We could go Flying Steel. The only thing super effective is Electric and Fire. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna do for one of them. We probably want a decent amount of Spadef, as a lot of it seems to be specially minded. Problem is, there's not a lot of steel that's special. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. All right, Magnezone, Steel, Flying. Okay, so Magnezone Altaria, Magnezone Mantine, Magnezone Gyarados. Problem is, it has to be special. So Magnezone Altaria. That's not bad. Sturdy is a built-in Focus Sash, so that actually might be the play. Do I have an Altaria, though? I have a Swablu. Good enough. Okay. We do have to worry about the fire moves, but we'll be fine otherwise. We don't have access to infinite super effective berries, so we've more or less had to take it on the chin, which I don't like. All right. We'll need to let them get one level. Then it will become Magnezone Altaria. Neither of these are great, so we're likely going to have to go to the Psychologist and save Scum until we get Modest or Timid. Okay, so we have one answer. We have two answers. We have three answers. I still want Stab Ice. It might literally be ice water, because water resists steel. That being said, it does give us the weakness to electric and a weakness to grass. Yeah, I think we use an existing one we already had. That would be our Glaceon Azumarill. Chili. I'd like one more answer. I wouldn't mind ground something, but we need to find a way to nullify some of the weaknesses that we're going to be dealing with. Okay, ground is weak to water, ice, grass, and that's it. How much grass do they have? They have Solar Beam with Power Herb. That's it. Okay, so we'll do water, ground, and we'll either need to be faster or we'll need to be able to live a quad effective Solar Beam. Okay. We do already have Swampert. He's not very fast, but that is an option. And because Sap Sipper on water types is a hidden ability, the ultimate Swampert we sadly can't get. So let's go ground, water, and let's think about what ground types we might want to use. Ground, filter by BST. It's probably Garchomp. Okay. Okay, so if we're going Garchomp, we're leaning heavily on physical typing. And we would like to be fast to offset the likelihood of getting hit by Nidoking. 146, we need to be faster then. Okay. Water and speed. We don't have access to Barraskewda. We don't have access to Iron Bundle. We can't get Greninja. And it also has to be a physical attacker. It could be Sharpedo. The only issue is Sharpedo is dual typing, so we might not be able to get it to be groundwater. But we do have a Sharpedo. Okay, we can get a Sharpedo Garchomp. That is our answer. No, it's not. It is fast, but it cannot eat a quad effective move. I also don't know if it will be faster. Maybe a turn one protect. Let's figure out where I'm getting protect as a TM. If I can protect first turn for speed boost, I can likely then outspeed. Okay, Route 34 is where surf is. And by surf, I mean protect. Okay, that's the answer. Garchomp, Sharpedo, Speed Boost, Turn 1 Protect, to outspeed. Let's make sure we still have our taxi. We do. Perfect. And good, you still have surf. 34 is north of Goldenrod. There will be a bit of a training montage. We need to get one level on our Swablu, so we evolve. Then we'll be ready for Chuckles. Or wait, was it south of Goldenrod? It was south of Goldenrod. So we actually have to go to Azalea Town first. And we need to surf to get there. Let's also put Repel back on. I mean, I could go south from Goldenrod instead. I think that's the play. Instead of trying to go through the Ilex Forest again. Okay. Calcium. It's literally right there. Okay. Let's do this right. Amulet coin for money. And we'll lead Guardiarch as well. It's gonna be either a double or a triple. Or it might be a back-to-back to back. Mega, well no. Meganium Blaziken. Okay. Rotom Kingdra. Electric Dragon with Levitate. That actually seems really fucking good. The only thing it'd be outright weak to would be Dragon, Ice, and Fairy. It's not as good as Water Dragon, which is only weak to Freeze Dry, Dragon, and Fairy. But I like Electric Dragon. The issue is we don't have Miraidon, and Mega Ampharos is slow. Flygon. Sombat. It doesn't look like a Crobat. Oh, it's Flygon Noibat. That's why. Okay. And then Slagoo. Some Clefairy type. Okay, so it was back to back to back. I was worried it'd be a triple battle. So this is Jinx and Unknown. Spirit Shackle. Hypno Gardevoir. Another Spirit Shackle. Larynx. That actually looks really cool. It still manages to be Jinx, but the Larynx skull is a shield, and I think it looks sick. Lives on 1 because sturdy. These things love to explode. This might literally be Bellsprout. When you fuse 2 Pokemon of the same kind, they get a bonus, and they have a unique sprite. Sharp. This is probably a Sharpedo Bisharp. Nothing else makes sense. Palisand Sandslash. I feel bad for it. It looks like it's melting. Definitely more curse than I would like. Nidoking. Kingdra. Oh, level cap is 67. Okay, let me update that. Sea King. Horsey? Probably. It could be Goldeen as well, but I think since it doesn't say Golsea, that's why it's likely CC. Poliwhirl, Whirlipede. Perfect. I didn't know they made double X items. God forbid they ever make triple X items. Nurgle, thank you for the redeem. What Pokemon would you like to name? Katado. Who are you naming Katado? Also, hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend and you're having a good Monday. We are prepping for Chuck. He is a ground gym in Pokemon Infinite Fusion remix mode. Anything that's a cat. Okay, gotcha. Is this cat enough? Because I will overwrite Chili and I'll make it Katado. Also, once again, hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the redeem. Okay, yep, that's fine. I don't know if whatever other Pokemon I was going to use for this gym would end up being a cat. So, you know, any port in a storm. Katado. I am doing well for the most part. And I'm glad to hear that you were doing well. So we have a Slacking Shed Ninja. Wonder Guard. We have a Zoroark Gardevoir. The moveset still needs to change. A Talonflame is our taxi. Yes, I am indeed breathing. This still needs to become Altaria. And then obviously Katado. We're going to be fusing a Sharpedo with a ground type. And then we're giving it speed boost. So it outspeeds the quad effective Solar Beam. We'll be back in 3 minutes. See you soon, friends. I hope you're having a great day. And if not, I'll continue to keep you in my prayers. All right, we are back. Reading is hard. Turns out speed boost on Garchomp is not speed boost. Speed boost on Sharpedo is the hidden ability. So I won't be able to have speed boost, which means instead, if we're gonna go water ground, we need one that either outright outspeeds or doesn't instantly die to quad effective solar beam. And we don't have access to unlimited super effective berries. And I don't believe there's a way to reliably get berries. A lot of the berries are a random percent. Pet the Goat, thank you for your daily. I hope you're doing well. Let's look at some more Palace Cats. Once we figure out how we're gonna get past a certain Pokemon that Chuck has, I will get your shout out right now. Thank you for your daily check-in. Enjoy your new anime, and thank you for the lurk, my friend. Check out Pet the Goat, friend of the stream. She recently beat Outer Worlds with the ending she wanted. I know her through Detroit Dubs, another friend of the stream. I'm not sure what she's currently streaming. Regardless, check her out. Has an adorable cat named Fred, has a Froggo, and she's good people. Okay, so what we wanted to do isn't the answer. So instead, it will still be groundwater, but it needs to either be even faster or enough SPDEF to live the quad effective solar beam. So let's explore it differently. So as far as speed goes, Greninja's a 1% encounter because it's a Froakie. That's not happening. So we may have to go the SPDEF route instead. We could go Toxapex, but the poison typing means we might not be able to get it unless we only fuse it with a soul ground type. We could use Melodic. We did use Melodic earlier. Okay, so Melodic can probably live that. Okay, so let's go groundwater with Milo and another Pokemon that is specially bulky or Big Spa. It could be Flygon, but unless it's a ROM hack, Flygon is a better physical attacker. The same thing applies to Gyarados. Palisand is very slow. That doesn't excite me. Let's look at ground types that I have access to with the highest spa. Yeah, I think Flygon normally is only 80. Let's fact check that. Yeah, Flygon is only 80. Flygon is faster, which isn't a bad thing, but okay. There is Palisand. That 35 speed is not good. And I still don't know if I live that quad effective solar beam. Let's see if we can find a faster ground one then instead. I mean, there is Doug Trio. I don't know if that would be fast enough, though. Also, Doug Trio has no spa. Let's see what it looks like as Flygon Melodic. I might be able to make it work. Okay, so Melodic Flygon. Groundwater. 87 speed. 95 Spadef. We'd technically be better off as Water Dragon. We only lose super effectively to Fairy and Dragon. How much Dragon do they have? Okay, they have... They have one Dragon move. Okay, so we are abandoning the strat of trying to eat the quad effective Solar Beam, and we're going to do Water Dragon, and we're going to make the best damn Water Dragon we can. That isn't the one we were using, because I want it to be different. So, let's see. Water Dragon. The one we had been using was an Azumarill with huge power and a Haxorus. Pretty fast, almost 400 attack. Okay. What about Gyarados? Okay, Gyarados Hydreigon. I like that. Let's do Gyarados Hydreigon. I personally think Hydreigon Gyarados looks a lot cooler, but we don't need Dark Flying. Yeah, this is the answer. We haven't been able to use a Hydreigon yet, so this is very pog. Okay, good. And Gyarados is below level cap, so we'll be able to get Zweilous to evolve. It's not going to look as cool until we're in our final form. We're going to be Intimidate for now, and will be Adamant. We'll grab D-Dance. And we have a little bit of a training montage. Magneria is fine. I still have to check their moves. But we'll be bringing Magneria. We'll be bringing Gyarados once it becomes the Hydreigon. We'll be bringing Athena. We'll be bringing Katato. Gardeark. And one more with Taxi to get there. All right. Now that we have that sussed out, let's heal, save, and look at some more Palace Cats. Palace Cats are named as such Peter Simon Pallas, a Prussian botanist in 1793, found Pallas cats by the shores of Lake Baikal in Russia. Here's another picture of Arkas. He lives at Korkesaari Zoo in Helsinki, Finland. He is the husband to Mimi. He is the father of the Q brothers, Kali and Kadi, and their daughter, Princessa, who lives in the Czech Republic with her husband, Spy. Arkas is the reason why Princessa and one of the Q brothers have a sad looking face. Very floofy, big old floofy tail, lovely orangish brown coat, cute little pink snoot, rings of white around the eyes. It can reach up to -70 Celsius in the winter, so a thick, dense coat and putting their paws on their tail is how they handle that. I'm gonna grab a water, but here's a picture of Arkas and Mimi kissing. What's likely going to happen is when it evolves into Hydreigon, if it doesn't get Levitate, will unfuse and refuse to get Levitate. Having one more immunity is a good thing. Manras is a Mantine Lapras. It's a plesiosaur with a flotation device around the neck. It's neat. I was big into dinosaurs as a kid until Dad told me fossils were put in the ground by Satan to trick people. As such, dinosaurs were not allowed in the house. Rhyhorn Galvantula. It probably doesn't die to Earthquake, but Earthquake in a Spirit Shackle. Do you mean, when you say 10,000 years, do you mean young Earth, or does 10,000 years refer to something else? Because if you're referring to young Earth, yes, Dad was a young Earth creationist. Yes, young Earth. Young Earth, it's like 7,000 years old at most or something. Quad effective, play rough. Let's make sure after this one that I put Lucky Egg on my slacking for more XP. I'm still a Christian, and I think there's room for being a Christian and believing in evolution. Okay, we do have lucky eggs. So yeah, we need 2 more levels on Gyrolus. Then it'll evolve it into its final form. It'll look a lot cooler then. After this, we have Jasmine. Jasmine is an all-electric gym, and I imagine she's going to have some hogwash that we have to deal with. So without starting a heated discussion on it, I hope you one day become a Christian again, because I don't want you to go to hell. That being said, I also have had a very complicated relationship with Christianity throughout my life. And I still have some gripes with Christianity. That being said, I try to not let those gripes get the best of me, because it's easy to get caught up on details that will talk yourself out of being saved. And I really don't want to go to hell forever. Forever is so incomprehensible. The only thing I can comprehend about it is the fact that it doesn't end. And I don't want that in my cereal. Yeah, forever is too long. Pet, how is the new anime? Are you enjoying it? Yeah, exactly. Forever's a really big commitment. It is good. You don't have to spill the beans, but what genre is the anime? And I'm glad it's hitting on all the levels. All right, I'll look into it sometime. I typically need to be in the mood to watch anime, and I normally wait until it's all done, but I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying it, because that's what matters. Yes, I wasn't raised Southern Baptist, but I was raised Baptist, and I'm familiar with some of the ridiculousness, if you will, of certain parts of various religions. And I have a lot of negative things to say about how terrible things are done, and then justified with Bible verses. Which is why, for such a long time, I was very against it. It does. I like that. I think that's cool that it's exploring that, and it's still managing to be palatable. This one does have levitate. Half the time it'll have levitate, so we try to stick to play rough. Unless I, misclick. Gaiar Dragon. It's a 3-headed Gyarados. I think that looks really cool. There's one where the extra heads are Magikarp. We're not doing that one. We're sticking to this one. We want to get Levitate, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to without ruining the nature. We'll save, and then we'll see. Okay. Intimidate is good, but almost everyone in the Chuck fight has a ground move, so having an extra immunity is dope. We keep Dragon Dance. And then we run 3 other physical moves. You're good, and you still need moves. You're good, and you probably still need moves. You're good, because you have Levitate. And we'll give you Black Sludge back. We want Taxi. We don't need these 2 right now. Let's grab the Black Sludge back. All right. Let's see what we can learn by default before paying to get better moves. Zen Headbutt isn't terrible because Dragon Dance for flinching, but it would only be super effective against one Pokemon, so I don't think it's worth the slot. I don't hate Ice Fang, but I think I'd rather have Stab Aqua Tail. With them pretty much all being ground, Earthquake really doesn't help me here. I probably do need Ice Fang because I don't think I can learn Ice Punch. And ideally, Aqua Tail and Ice Fang do not miss. Let's see what we can get at Knot Island. Then we'll go to the other island to see if there's a legendary move we can learn. And then we'll be ready for Chuckles. No. Garbage. All right. Let's check Boone Island. We can't learn anything. W. We'll go to Victory Road, and we'll check the last tutor, who teaches a lot of moves. Okay, so let's check Gyra Dragon. We have Fake Out because Gyarados was fused with a Ludicolo. Okay, it looks like we already have super effective for everything. So there is a world where we go for something funny instead. I don't hate Shadow Sneak, but it's not going to do enough. Part of me I wish I could get, what's it called? Dragon Claw. And I don't seem to have it unless it's a, what's it called? A tutor. I already have it. So let's find out. Let's figure out where the TM is. All right. Route 26. Time to do some flying. Okay. I skipped a lot of trainers to get there, so that would explain why I don't have it. Let's also turn Repel back on. And because I expect we'll end up running into some trainers trying to get this, let's run Amulet Coin on our Slacking. Once we get this move, we'll be good to go for the Chuck fight. Then we'll start the arduous process of getting to and possibly leveling up a bunch of new Pokemon for Jasmine. So it's somewhere on Route 26. I feel like I'm losing my damn mind. I'm gonna look it up a different way. So somewhere in Route 26. That doesn't really help me. I went through my bag and I don't have it. So no. Whoops. Well, let's get this fight over with. All right, so this is a Skarmory Fearow. It probably doesn't have a dark move. That's fine. Earthquake, yes, please. Let's go Spirit Shackle again. Okay, so somewhere on Route 26. It's also possible I watch a video and figure out how to get there. Oh, no, that's not Waterfall. Okay, we can't get there. We can't get there. That tree's in the way. Maybe it's behind a tree or something. No. 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 I'm gonna see if I can find a video of it. All right, I have a different solution. We won't have Stab Dragon. All right, so Gyra Dragon has levels. Katado's good. Magneria still needs moves. That nature also has to change. That is a horrible nature. All right. For Magneria, we either want to be special up or speed up. I do not want to be speed down because we are not fast. And I don't want to make it worse. Like, we're not slow enough for it to not matter. We're in that weird range where we're almost fast. Probably not. Let's see. No. I do not want to be defense down. I don't think so. There's only a few natures I remember off the top of my head, and it's usually the good ones, like Adamant, Timid, Jolly, and Modest. Those are speeds up, and then either attack up or special up. I mean, we don't technically need the stab dragon, but it's always nice to have stab for the extra damage. No, not that. No. And you have to do it this way because I'm not spending 3K each time to get a nature that isn't good. No. It basically comes down to we either need modest or we need timid. I would prefer modest because we need as much damage as possible. We might even end up holding life orb for the extra 30%. Brave is attack up, speed down. That's probably the worst thing that we could have gotten. No. Thankfully, games like Rad Red and Emerald Imperium made it so you can talk to Nurse Joy and she'll change the nature to what you want for free. It's a W. Rash, good thing we have a cream for that. And it's over the counter. No. I don't think that was what I needed. No, we don't want to be Ronri. So Ronri and Sadri are Ron. No. I get that it's random, but it'd be really nice to get the one I would like. That way we can get on with the content. I'm trying to squeaky wheel gets the grease here. Arceus, please. Ah! Can't have nice things. Alright. Oh yeah, there's also no megas in this.
You mind if I have some of your tasty beverage to wash?
Raymond, thank you for the hydrate. I will take care of that right meow. We are trying to get modest on our Magnezone Altaria, and so far we haven't hit it yet. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the hydrate. And what are you up to, my friend? Chuck is a ground gym. And then Jasmine is an electric gem. We'll do it a few more times. I'll grab even more water, and then we'll continue on the grind. Lord Hokage, how's it going? What are you up to? What happened? I turned the camera on as proof of life for the hydration. That way you know you're not getting scammed. Let me fill up the water again. I used to have the face cam on all the time, but I wanted to get more value for the PNG. You got out of work? Hell yeah. I will read that in a second, Ray. Let me grab even more water. Hydration is very important. You don't want to die of thirst, especially in this economy. That's not what we needed. Okay. Currently, we are trying to get Modest Nature on an Altaria Magnezone. We want it to make up for the fact that we don't have great special. I would also technically settle for a Spadef up nature because we are going to get hit by multiple fire moves that are special. Battlefield 6. I hope you're enjoying your playthrough of it, Raymond. I definitely am past the era of multiplayer shooting games. If I'm doing multiplayer these days, it's cooperative. I, at various points in my life, wasn't bad at some of them, but it's too much energy, and I don't have it in me anymore. Yeah. So yeah, I would settle for Spadef up, attack down. Ideally, we get Modest. Once we have the nature, we'll then get better moves. I'm glad to hear, Bad Wolf, that you finished up with work. That's huge. I hope you continue to enjoy your playthrough of Pocopia and you get even more of your evolutions. Natural Cure isn't a big deal, but the other ability doesn't super matter. No. Pokemon we also have. We have a Gyarados Hydreigon. We have Levitate. They don't have any Fairy, and I think they have one Dragon move. We have the Ideal Nature. We still need to get rid of Workup. We wanted to get Dragon Claw, but I went to Route 26, and I couldn't find it. We technically don't need Stab Dragon, and push comes to shove, I can fuse one of them with a Pokemon that already has Dragon Claw. That way it gets added to my move pool. We have Katato. This is a Azumarill Glaceon with Thick Fat. Quick Claw because we're slow. Modest. We still need to change out most likely Aura Sphere and maybe Moonblast. Ice Beam will be putting in a lot of work. Weetar is a Weezing T-Tar. All around good. Poison Dart with Levitate for no weaknesses. Adamant. Black Sludge acts as leftovers on a poison type. And we'll probably end up changing out either Cross Poison or Iron Head for better moves. Then after this, it'll be Jasmine. And I haven't looked at her team yet, but I do know she is an electric gym. We save Scum, so we're not wasting money. No. I think after we beat Jasmine, if that's more or less it, until Mount Silver, we'll do an E4 rematch. Then we'll do the Mount Silver stuff. And then we won't play Infinite Infusion until Infinite Infusion 2 comes out, And whenever it does come out, I hope it has the quality of life that made me enjoy Rad Red, because things that are missing are infinite repel, infinite rare candy, being able to set Pokemon to level cap, having more access to moves, changing natures at will, changing the gender of Pokemon that are gender specific evos, etc. Oh yeah, and no EVs. All Pokemon have 31 IVs, so it cuts down significantly on the grinding of any run you do. For those who don't know, I did all 18 monotypes in Radical Red and Emerald Imperium. They were hard. Some were easier than others. I enjoyed most of them. I would say overall, I think Emerald Imperium is even more quality of life. But at the same time, Emerald Imperium is only on 1.31, whereas Rad Red is already on 4.1. And I think Emerald Imperium overall is harder. The champion battle's a double. And a lot of good moves in Pokemon are gated significantly further in Emerald compared to Rad Red. And Emerald Imperium was intended to be harder, so they certainly hit that goal. I'll probably revisit Emerald Imperium at a later date. I won't redo the 18 monotypes, but at some point, I imagine they will have added the megas from ZA, similar to how Rad Red 4.0 didn't have the ones from Scarvy, and then 4.1 added them. And the reason why I did monotypes, I wasn't gonna Nuzlocke. It's the skill floor needed, in my opinion, is beyond the skill ceiling that I have. And then on top of that, RNG is a hell of a thing. I've watched hundreds of Nuzlocks of Radical Red and Emerald Imperium, and few have beaten them. Yumi, thank you for the lurk. I hope you've been having a great weekend. I will get you a shout out momentarily. So, at least we know Adamant exists, but it's the exact opposite of what we need. Check out Gamer Yumi, formerly known as Cosplay Gamer Yumi. Friend of the stream, Variety Gaming, games such as ZA, horror games, Dead by Daylight, various friend slop titles, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duels, Resident Evil, has a different outfit, wig, makeup every single stream. They stream in the evening. Make sure to check them out. Any percent modest. Please, bro. No. Because we're gonna be eating at least one special fire move. No, 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 no. Surely this time. No. Well, certainly this time. Okay, we've seen Brave twice. Perhaps this time. Well, now I don't even want it. I'm gonna see if any other natures need to be changed while I'm here. So yeah, literally just Magnaria. So that was like 10 of them with no reset, and we didn't even see Modest. So we keep going. First try. You love to see it. Now we save. Okay. Let's go back and let's get some moves. Special moves. Not electric moves. Because ground. Moonblast helps against Dragon. Let's see if we can get Ice Beam. We probably can't. We can. Beautiful. So Moonblast, Ice Beam, and what else do we need? Water wouldn't be bad if we can get it. I don't think we can, though. Let's see. We already have water and other people anyways, so I guess it's fine. What about... We're gonna go Grass Knot over Aurasphere. At max weight, Grass Knot's 120 base power. We'll be back from ads in 3 minutes. We'll look at more Palace Cats. See you all soon, friends. All right, Meow, we're back. We will keep Sacred Sword. We don't need Cross Poison. We'll keep Crunch, because we want at least one form of stab. And then... oh, wait, we have Ice Punch over Ice Fang. Even better. Okay. So then we don't need Iron Head. Let's see what else we can learn. We are slow. Pain Split might be a strat if they somehow manage to get us low health. Kato is fine. Gyra Dragon. Let's think about this. What do we want to give you for held item? I think we could use a Havenberry, but we only have one of them. So I think I'm gonna go King's Rock for flinch chance, since the only move by default that can flinch is Fake Out. Okay, we can now go back to Boone Island and give Chuck the business. Okay, where are we? After we beat Chuck, we'll look at Palace Cats again, and then we'll get ready for Jasmine. Okay, let's put away our taxi and bring in another Pokemon, just in case. And we want to make sure we have Amulet Coin for more money, because money matters for this. All right. Four times the rock. We don't want that. I think they have poison, so that's not happening. Right. Guardiark. And we do need moves. I remember that we never gave them moves we wanted. So it's gonna be Moonblast, Nasty Plot. We don't get Ice Beam. At least we have Moonblast. Icy Wind, it's not gonna hit hard, but it is quad effective. So that's one reason why we want to have it. I would rather go Recover and I think Calm Mind instead of Nasty Plot. Ice Punch being physical sadly doesn't help us. Ideally, Calm Mind, not Calm Mind, Icy Wind doesn't miss. And we are gonna go items. Focus Band because we're squishy. All right. The lead is Palodra. An ice move will kill. All right, Chuckles. Time to give you the business. Oh, gotcha. I'm glad he didn't make us do a puzzle. So this is Palosan Gudra. We're gonna Ice Beam. We get the Quick Claw. Okay. Execuking. This is most likely Solar Beam. I guess it could also go Earth Power. Beautiful. Katato putting in work. Rhytine. This looks like an Ice Beam. All right. Galurath. We are Water Ice. This is very likely Drain Punch. We're gonna go Weetar. That definitely did more than I would have liked. We're gonna probably get hit again. We're gonna Pain Split. Let's go Pain Split again. We're gonna Ice Punch. And we're gonna Ice Punch again. Beautiful. High Trio. Earth Power, Dragon Pulse, Fire Blast, Blizzard. It's very fast. I don't know what it's gonna go for, but it's unlikely to go Earth Power. And we're low enough that I think we die no matter what here. So we are gonna switch into Gara Dragon. It misses the Blizzard. W. We fake out for Chip. And we're gonna go Stab Aqua Tail. Beautiful. Mag Cargo. Nido Queen. It's gonna live on one no matter what. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into Katato. We're gonna switch back into Gyra Dragon. We fake out to break Sash. We Aqua Tail. Chuck. Down. Okay, we save. We look at Palace Cats. We start prepping for Jasmine. Jasmine is at Bond Bridge. Jasmine is primarily electric. She has a Lantern Zoroark, Water Dark, a Magnezone Sylveon, a Rotom Dragonite, an Ampharos Palisand, an Electivire Mantine, and an Electrode Steelix, with explosion and a normal gem, which means we swap in on a ghost and it does nothing. Palace Cats. This is Rosa. She was the great aunt of Arcas, and because the subtitle is in Russian, this was presumably from a zoo in Russia. Let me fact check that. I am incorrect. She spent the bulk of her life at the BRNO Zoo in the Czech Republic. And here's a picture of Rosa from late 2024. She sadly crossed the Rainbow Bridge last year, and she lived a long life. So I am happy for her, though I do wish she had lived a little bit longer. Here's a picture, another picture of Rosa. Let's look at another picture of Rosa. And if you want to learn more about Palace Cats and or get involved in their conservation efforts, check out Manualization. They work with the Manul Working Group and PICA, which are conservation agencies dedicated to Palace Cats. 10 out of 10. Love the work they do. They are the same people behind the Manualization YouTube channel. Let me update this. I don't know what the new level cap is yet, so we'll put a pin in that. Rosa, sadly, none of her siblings are still alive, but children that are still alive are Faye, Banihal, Namika, Ragsha, and that's it. Here's a picture of Rosa at the Brno Zoo from 2019. She's on a stump, looking mighty round and floofy, as they do. The reason why Rosa is relevant is because of her relatives. Mainly Namika, who went on to give birth to Shu. Namika lives at the zoo in Leningrad with her son Shu and her husband Sven. Yes, they do very much have a 1,000-yard stare, and they're mad adorable. IMO. Since I mentioned them, here's a picture of Princessa. She lives at the zoo in Prague with her husband Spy. And this is them right here. This is Princessa, and this is Spy. They've only been together for about a year, and I hope that they eventually have children, and all of them live long, healthy lives. I would be remiss if I didn't look at her older brothers. So, this is Kali. He's doing a threat display. This is his brother Kadi. They're twins. And this is Mimi, the mother, fed up with their BS. Which, that's fitting. And then this would have been several months after they were born, at most. And if you want an up-to-date picture, this is an up-to-date picture of Kali. He lives at a zoo in France, and he is his sister is a spitting image of him because he's got the depresso sad eyes. And my guess is those genes from Arcas decided to express more dominantly in him, whereas his brother doesn't look like that. This is his brother. He lives at Nordensark, which is a zoo in Sweden. And they're very handsome boys. I hope that they all live long, healthy lives. I love the ring of green in the eyes. Very friend-shaped, floofy, and adorable. This was taken in winter of 2025. That being said, we need to get the Bond Bridge and beat up Jasmine. Respectfully. We're also going to grab our taxi to figure out how to get there. Sunken Ship, Kin Island, Brine Road, Bond Bridge. So we need to get the Kin Island. We'll bring Lapras, because Lapras is our dedicated diving Pokemon. We also need to turn on our repel. We don't need any other encounters yet. I really can't imagine they want me to go through the sunken ship. Ideally, that's not the case. This is Heracross to Bootops. Scrafty, Girafarig. I might have to go through the sunken ship. Let's see if that's true. Yes, but I don't want to go there. Okay. I'm gonna look this up so we're not wasting time. Okay. You have to use the shipwreck. So we will go through that right meow. And ideally, it won't be too bad. And it looks like it's a dungeon. So Athena with the amulet coin in the lead. It's not a dungeon. Awesome. I mean, I probably could have gone down the stairs, but I have no desire to. A little late, but we take our vitamins. Let's make sure we're still going the right way. We are. Okay, good. We do take a big pearl. Okay, we made it. W. What do you want, sir? Phoebus. I already have a Phoebus, but I'm not gonna catch another one. This is probably a quest. We'll come back to that. All right, let's figure out where Jasmine is, and we'll go from there. I think he said Jasmine is at Bond Bridge, which means I probably have to do a quest to either A, get there, or B, this and that. Oh, okay. Roserade Scyther. I like how this ranger automatically assumes if you're a Pokemon trainer, You're basically Michael Vick. All right, this looks like another stab spirit shackle. And I mean, yeah, I get it. You are a trainer and you have the equivalent of animals and they're fighting. But I don't believe that is tantamount to abuse. They clearly do not agree. Okay, level cap is probably 68. So it's oops, all rangers apparently. Good to know. Gudra, beware. Beware. Be there. Donphan, Mantine, or Mantike. Probably Mantine for the higher BST. We'll go Spirit Shackle. And another Spirit Shackle. Badilli. That is a Cradly Bisharp. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't have a dark move. We're going to say that was an oopsies. Let's go with Weetar. Nice. They get to chill. We will go Sacred Sword. And another Sacred Sword. We don't need Tailwind. Thankfully, since Shed fusions have 1 HP, every revive is a max revive. So it looks like level cap is likely 68. And since she's the final gym leader, it probably stays 68 for the rest of time. We'll probably be able to go there once we have access to Waterfall. Okay, I have to figure out where Jasmine is on Bond Bridge, because that does matter. All right. Oh, okay. So you have to rescue people in the berry forest, which means we're likely going the right way. I hope that the quest will trigger. Oh, okay. Awesome. All right. Time to go through a spooky forest, rescuing small children, while I myself in a video game am also a small child. At least it seems like a lot of these are giving me super effective berries, which, since they're consumable, we really need them. Okay, We're looking for more children in a video game. And they were looking for firewood. I'm glad we're getting Wakanda Berry since, you know, Electric Gym. I think Tanga is bug. I'm not sure. Only certain ones stick out in my mind because I would need them for various fights. There's 6 of them. We're missing 2 more. Unless he said 6 of us in total. If so, then we're done. Reading is hard. One of them is an imposter. I remember this now. I forget how to resolve it. We're gonna find out. Yep, Zoriork. Surprise! You 100% have a dark move. Nice. Aww. That was very adorable. We needed that. That's a Hisuian Zoriork mask. It works well, I think, with the Forest King cloak. Let's do a die kit, though. No. There we go. Oh, I wonder if I can change the color of the mask. I can. Oh, that is... Like, I hate that we have the bug with the hat still being there. But this can be very fire, it would seem. Okay, no. No. Hell yeah. Wow. So I'm an idiot. It's not that it was a bug, but you can apparently wear 2 hats. That is certainly a choice. And the berries are back. Maybe we'll get enough Wakanda berry that will be okay. I mean, maybe it is the hip thing to wear a forward-facing hat and a rear-facing hat. I don't really like wearing hats, so I'm definitely not doing any of that. At least we know that we can farm super effective berries here. That is neat. Even if it's a little late in the game. She used to use steel. She is now electric in this. Alright. So now we gotta make a team for Jasmine. And that will likely take the duration of the stream, depending on how many Pokemon need to be leveled up. We'll also be fighting the Elite Four once more, because I do want to do a rematch. I don't know how different it's going to be, but it looks like you're intended to fight the Elite Four at least 5 times, because there's like a ticket system for the rematches. And the level cap goes up each time you beat the E4. All right, let's go back to Victory Road for now. Let's figure out how we're beating Jasmine. Okay, so Jasmine. I'm not worried about electrics because Shed Ninja can handle that. Electric flying. So ice and rock. Electric ghost. We know what that's weak to. Okay. Okay, so in theory, if we get rid of Lenark, there are no dark moves that can hit us. So that's good to know. I'm not gonna do that, but I am still gonna have it in my party. So knowing that, this is weak to ground, though it has an air balloon, we would want to go poison for Sill Zone. Ice and rock are gonna be useful for the flyers. Okay. We are going to keep Weetar since it's a great option. We do not need Magnaria. We don't need Lapras. We'll keep Taxi for now. I think so far, this is my favorite fit. This is also a poison option for Sill Zone. I don't want to use any steel types because I don't want to get trapped with Magnet Pull. Okay. We are using a Gardevoir fusion. The question is, who? Okay. If we go ground something, we have to worry about Hydro Pump. We have to worry about basically water. Okay. So let's explore this. Gardevoir, a ground type. Big special, if possible. We could go Flygon Gardevoir. Let's take a look at that. Ground Fairy Oh, it's because it's a hidden ability. I keep getting excited because the hidden abilities are on the right side of the screen. So when I look at the right side, I'm like, oh, for that fusion, it'd be that. Okay. Let me make a tweak. We'll randomize it for the rest of the stream. Okay. So that definitely would have been nice. It's also a big drop in BST to go the ground fairy version. So what about Gliscor Gardevoir? No. Because Gliscor's physical. We would want to go all in on special. That way we're focusing on the stat that matters. I don't think we can do it. There's not enough special ground that would work for this. Okay, so if not that, do they have any poison? They don't, but if we go grass, we're still weak to fire, flying, bug. Okay. We've already been water. I don't think we ended up going ice, but there's enough fire, potentially, that might be a bad idea. Let me fact check that. One fire. One fire and one steel. Okay, so let's explore Ice Psychic with Gardevoir. That way, steel is only 2 times and not 4 times. Okay, let's see what Gardevoir Lapras looks like. Neither of them are good. Water Fairy version looks a lot better. What about Gardevoir Jinx? The Ice Fairy version, once again, looks a lot better. Okay, so maybe ice isn't the answer either. I mean, we could go Ice Fairy, but steel will destroy us, which is why I don't want to do that. I mean, it wouldn't be stab, but it would still be quad effective. And we wouldn't one-shot because it has over 200 Spit F. Okay. So it's probably not ice then. What about... how much ice or fairy do they have? 1 dragon move. 1 fairy move. Okay. This might finally be the time to do Dragon Gardevoir. Let's do Dragon Psychic. Okay. So some of these look really cool. I hope that the ones that do look cool are the ones that we can actually use. Okay, there is a world. Gardevoir Flygon. Psychic Dragon would levitate. 541 BST. Decent Spa. Decent Spadef. So that is a possibility. What about Gardevoir Hydreigon? Sadly, there's only one sprite. And while it has even better BST, I don't like it. What about Gardevoir Gudra? It's not bad. Can I get a Goomy relatively easily? Let's find out. Offshore Road. Also Blackthorn City. So let's figure out where in Blackthorn City. Oh, even better. We can get a Slagoo there, and that will save us a bunch of time. So that is the play. We can get it in the grass in the city. It's a 15% encounter. That's very reasonable. We are off to Blackthorn City. We do have to worry about Shadow Ball and Signal Beam. So whichever one there's more prevalent of, we'll use a Resistance Berry for that. We also want to grab a Pokemon for catching, aka Sleep Powder Butterfree. That'll also be a good way to test if it has Sap Sipper, since Sleep Powder is a grass move. The Sap Sipper one would be ideal, but it will make it harder to catch. This is a Gliscor, or maybe even a Gligar. Donphan. I like that it's basically a pink elephant with claws and a scorpion tail. Not nearly as nightmare fuel as it could have been. All we need to see is a Slugoo. What will likely happen is we're gonna get the team ready for Jasmine, and then it will be Jasmine, Mount Silver, Elite Four rematch, etc. on Thursday. There we go. Hell yeah. Okay, it's not Sap Sipper. Sap Sipper is not relevant because they do not have a grass move. Perfect. Ow. That may have been a crit. Damn it. I got a little greedy. Dragons notoriously have bad catch rates. That's a Skarmory. We want to catch that. That was a bad idea. All right, fine. I would also like a Skarmory. Let's run it back. This will also be the last ad break of the stream. We have ads coming up in just under 5 minutes. This one does have Sap Sipper. It'll end up going away when we fuse it, so it's technically fine. Okay. It can take a hit, apparently. Good to know. I'll take a Skargar because we can unfuse it to get a Skarmory. That's resisted, so what's it gonna kill? I want to put it to sleep, but if I switch out, I'm probably dead. So let's go Ultra Ball. At least it can't hit me. So all this costs is Ultra Balls. And we are gonna instantly unfuse these two because I did it for the Skarmizzle, not the Gliscor. Oh, it's in my party, that's why. And in case I need to use it, I'm going to get it right off the gate and rename them Skarmizzle. There you go. Skarmizzle into Hizzle. Even some flibbity flabbity flu. Okay, that one has Sap Sipper. That's fine. We can't hit it. It dies. This is gonna take a minute, most likely. There is a world where I toxic it, but then I only have like 2 turns to catch it before it dies exponential damage. First try. You love to see it. Purple Dragon. Did someone say Spyro? I know I did. I never got to play Spyro proper, but I had a neighbor who had a demo disc that had Spyro on it, and that was pretty cool. All right. We want to unfuse Guardy, and then we'll fuse Guardy and Sliggoo and get a level on them. I will see you all soon, friends. Thank you for hanging out. Happy Sunday Fun Day. See you soon. All right, meow, we are back. This nature needs a change, but it is a Gardevoir Gudra with Sap Sipper. The Sap Sipper isn't relevant in this fight, but it might be in E4. So I'm not going to go out of my way to get the nature ready for it tonight. That's something I'll grind out off stream for Thursday. What we want next is, because the lead is a Volt Switch, Sucker Punch, Hydro Pump Scald, we want a Water Absorb Ground Water type. They have no grass for us to worry about. Okay. Groundwater, Water Absorb, ideally not the hidden ability. Let's see what that looks like for us. Also, welcome back from ads, friends. That was the last ad break. Okay. Vaporeon Swampert can be water ground. It's a little slow, but it does have Water Absorb. I think if I'm gonna do it, I would want both of them to be special or both of them to be physical. Swampert is more physical, so we'll put a pin in that. What about... Let's see which one they have a higher amount of. We would rather hit on the physical side. The problem is I don't think there's many Water Absorb that are physical minded. So we might have to just suck it up and do 2 special. So if that's the case, let's look at Palisand. Let's look at Palisand Vaporeon. It wouldn't get it. Okay. What about... Poliwrath? And Golem? Water Ground. Water Absorb. It is squishy and it is slow. I might have to suck it up and go the Vaporeon Swampert. Let me look at a few more. Poliwrath Mamoswine is a choice. What about Poliwrath Garchomp? Decent Spa. No, not Decent Spa. Decent Spadef. Decent Speed. Is there one that doesn't look terrible? Kind of. Is it better than what I already have? Let's find out. Honestly, aside from the speed, Vaporeon Swampert is fine. So that's what we're going to use. It also cuts down on the amount of off-stream grinding I have to do to get those Pokemon, get their levels up, etc. Which I am fine with. We've already spent 50 plus hours on this playthrough. Vaporeon. You are where exactly? No. No. Also no. Who did I fuse her with? I know I didn't get rid of it, or of her, so... There she is. And by she, I mean he. I apologize. All right. So we will unfuse these two. All right. And then we want to grab Swampert. Good old Bert. And I'm glad that Vaporeon is a high level. That way, I only have to grind for maybe 30 minutes or so to get to the appropriate level. Vapor Hurt. The Mudjet Pokemon. I might be slow enough that I lean into it. I'll revisit it based on whatever moves we have access to. Okay. So realistically, I would rather be special up, but this makes an excellent mixed attacker, which I'm fine with. So let's go with Earthquake. I'll keep Protect on it for now. Let's grab Ice Beam. What will probably happen is if I can learn Ice Punch, I'll end up doing it the other way. I probably want to be one or the other rather than the mixed attacker. It depends on how I feel about it. What else do we need? I want something that can hit this super effective. So, Fighting, Bug, Grass. I wouldn't bother with Electric because they're... And I also wouldn't even be clicking Water. Alright, so... Fighting and or Poison. I know I do get fighting moves. I just don't know if I have any good ones right now. I don't hate Brick Break, but I'd like something better than that. Signal Beam isn't bad because it's still super effective against Dark with Confusion Chance. I don't like that Rock Slide can miss. We do need to still have our Taxi for moves and such. Maybe I need like one more Pokemon to train up. Then between existing Pokemon, it'll be fine. I also have to level up the Gardevoir Fusion still, but it doesn't need as many levels, which is nice, since Guardia was such a high level. Hammer Arm is good, and we are already slow. It can miss, so no. Okay. We'll go Sacred Sword. So we'll probably end up being Ice Punch, Earthquake, Sacred Sword, Protect. We could also ditch Protect for something else. I could completely flip this and end up going Modest Special Attacker, provided we can get something like Earth Power. If we can't, then it doesn't matter. Let me double check to see if Earth Power is even in this moveset. It is not, which means I would have to fuse it with someone who learns Earth Power, like Nidoqueen, and then I could make it all special. We'll put a pin in that. So we know that we need Spyro. We know we're using Athena. We know we're using Bert. What else do I think I need? We need poison or ground. Ideally poison, since whatnot is resist it. And the air balloon. So I may end up going for my Weetar. I might also make a poison type to deal with that. It'll probably be the Weetar, but we can also think about that. Ronite, that's Dragonite. Rotom, I wouldn't mind Stab Ice. Electanine with Water Absorb. That's gonna be more ice. So yeah, whatever we do, it needs to be ice, but it also needs to, well, how much rock do they have? Okay, we can do ice fire with flash fire. We will still be weak to ground, but the 4x to rock doesn't exist. We are still 2 times the water, so Hydro Pump is scary. The problem is Ice Rock. Let's see its type. We would definitely want to go physical. So what does that look like? Okay. No. Okay. So we could probably end up going Arcanine plus Mamoswine. Let's see if that's a thing. Okay, Arcanine, Mamoswine. No, it does not get Flash Fire. Okay, it's the other form that gets it with the wrong typing. Okay, Galele Arcanine could get it, but it's not a great BST or stat spread. Main reason I'm going Arcanine, it's one of the few fire types that have flash fire that are physical. Let me try Rapidash, since Rapidash is very fast. It would not keep flash fire. Walrein Rapidash also wouldn't. What about Rapidash Weavile? Okay, Rapidash Weavile, I think that's the play. Very fast, hits very hard, keeps flash fire. Let me write that down. All right, so it would be Bert, Athena, Spyro, the Weavile Rapidash. We have Shed for Electrolux. How much fighting do they have? They have no fighting. Okay. That means for Amphasand, we can go normal something. We can't be hit by Shadow Ball. If we could do normal flying with Volt Absorb or Lightning Rod or Motor Drive, the only thing it could hit us with would be a resisted Signal Beam. So let's explore if that's an option. I know normal flying already exists, but the real question is, will it be Volt Absorb or Lightning Rod? None with Volt Absorb. None with Motor Drive. Some with Lightning Rod, which means I have to get a Zapdos if I want to do this. But it also needs to be not the hidden ability. Okay, so we'll look at all the ones that could get it. If we can't, we'll still be normal, but we might end up going normal ground for the immunity. So far, it's looking like it's only for hidden abilities, which means I'm not going to be able to get it. Yeah, okay, that's not happening. So instead, we'll go normal. We'll go normal ground. That way, at least we're immune to the electric. Okay. Normal ground. And it's primarily a special attacker, but it has high def. So we technically want to hit on the special side. That's a lot to ask for. So let's go Porygon Z. And maybe we want to be faster at least. We need to be faster than 102. Problem is, there's not a lot of ground type that are special attackers that are also fast. It might have to be Flygon. Not great special, but relatively fast. Okay. normal flying is an option. The BST isn't amazing, but it gives us the immunities we would want. So we will go for that. It only has one sprite, sadly, and it's not very good. It is basically a tiny little worm with wings. Okay, so that adds one more Pokemon. That would be 1, 2, 3. That's 5. Let's have one more for redundancy. I mean, no, you're right. It's not that it's terrible, but it's not great BST, and it's a little disappointing, you know? Okay, we've planned for Electrolix, an Electidnine, the Amphasand, kind of the Ronite. We want Poison. We want Fast, Physical, Poison for Silzone. I mean, I'm glad that art is subjective, and where I see a Pokemon I don't love, you see one you like. Okay, so we know Crobat is fast. That being said, it can take a hit. It might come down to using the Weetar that I already have, and I'll do that if I can find a better option. Let's see. Poison. Attack. A lot of these do not exist. Grass does resist electric. So let's think about that. Grass poison. Do they have any flying, fire, psychic? They have one. Okay, so grass poison, that's an attacker. We can make this work. So I think that's probably gonna end up being, let's see. Leafeon and maybe Solipede. Let us take a gander, shall we? Okay. Leafeon and Solipede. Okay, so if we go Leafeon, Solipede, it's not bad, and it's not a horrible sprite. Not that, though. I don't know why it doesn't want to do. Okay, let's do it this way. There we go. So it doesn't have to be Solipede. It's not overly nightmare fuel. It kind of reminds me of a centaur, but it has at least 6 legs or 4 legs and 2 arms. So there's a likelihood that it's going to end up being this. What are some... Yes, It is a centipede. That is hilarious. Thank you, Bad Wolf. That is likely what it's gonna be. But let's continue doing some due diligence before we raid out. We'll have all of this done by the time we come back on Thursday. Victory Bell is not a bad option either, but let's see what that looks like. It's worse if we go the grass poison version. Okay. What about grass attack? We don't have Kartana. We do have Delmise. The only issue with Delmise is very slow at 40 base speed. And we'd be going up against 130 more or less. There is Breloom, but once again, it suffers from an issue of relatively low speed. Okay, Sceptile is a possibility, as is Whimsicott, but Whimsicott has no attack. So let's plug in Sceptile. And Solipede. 114 base speed at 95 attack, or Leafeon Solipede at 106 base speed, 103 attack. $114, 523. Yeah, okay. That's the answer. We go Solipede, Sceptile. We're not technically hitting as hard, but we're faster, which means we may likely be able to entirely outspeed. And ideally, we get something like Poison Jab. We could also technically go Toxic Venoshock, but we are not a, what's it called? Let me make sure it can get Poison Jab. Okay, good, it does get Poison Jab. That's our answer. We do still have to worry about flying and fire, but I think this is more interesting than what we have been using for our poison solution. All right, we have it all sussed out. We are going to save. When we come back on Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we'll beat Jasmine. We'll be fighting the Elite Four at least one more time. Mount Silver shenanigans. Here's a picture of Fiend. He lives at the zoo in Dakota. He has been around for a long time. He came from Finland. I have a funny feeling that's probably why his name is Fiend. Let's learn about Fiend. Fiend is the son of Morty and Delay. He was born in Helsinki, Finland at the Korkesaari Zoo in 2016. Siblings that are still alive are two girls, Pomponiet and Sarnai. It looks like this is sadly the only picture of Fiend that we have, and he's a very handsome boy. He has many children, and I love that for us because it means his legacy will continue. His children are the Cheese Gang, Brie, Asiago, Gouda, and Cheddar. His second litter was Tina, Kai, Johan, Isabel, and Olive. And that's great because quite a few of these have already had their children. So at the very least, Fiend is a grandfather. Let's look at his sister, Pomponiette. She lives at the Lily Zoo. I want to say Netherlands, but it could also be France. France. Okay. Her siblings are Fiend, Sarnai, and sadly an unnamed daughter. Pomponiette lives with her partner, Voris. And here she is doing a big Angie heckin' hissing all over the place. Voris probably just wanted to say hi, and she's not having it, Mr. Krabs. Let's figure out who we're rating into tonight. We're going to be rating it into my friend, Merc7132. Great guy, friend of the stream. He's doing a full series challenge. It is difficult. It has a long rule set. He's currently on Leaf Green. First attempt, 0 deaths, 3 badges, level cap of 29. Here's another picture of Pomponiette. She's in her little triangle house, nesting. Very adorable. Bad Wolf, I hope you do too as well. I'm going to get a raid message out. If you aren't a subscriber, spam whatever emotes you feel like. Bad Wolf, Detroit, Mikkel, Pizza, Jeff, Tina, Mango, anyone else who's been here who is no longer present, VOD friends, lurkers, active chatters, you are all valid and appreciated. I hope you have a good rest of your Sunday and Meownday, a good rest of your week. We'll be back on Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to beat Jasmine. We're going to do Mount Silver. We're probably going to look around for some legends. We're going to rematch E4 at least once more. Let's get the raid going. Thank you for hanging out. Make good choices. I'll continue to keep you all in my prayers. Be good, and I will see you around. Let's send Merc some love. Take care, friends.